How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. I have a task at hand today, and it's to ensure that my bonus accounts, these four fellas around the corner, are put to good use when I'm doing something on my main account. So, we have, as the title sort of explains, or suggests, we have some enchanters to level up. We have some jewel crafters to level up. We have some alchemists to level up. And if we get really enthusiastic, we'll get some scribes leveled up. But I need to configure exactly how I want to do this. But I hope everybody's well this morning. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. It is Friday. We are close to the weekend. No, you've become a concentration sellout too. No. This is not for the purpose of concentration. This is so that Enchanting is going to be leveled first, as it's the source of acuity. It's a very quick and easy source of acuity. Now, of course, it will leave me with an Enchanting concentration character, but it's fundamentally a source of acuity. So that we can set up prospecting, we can set up milling, we can set up thaumaturgy across a few accounts, meaning if I'm doing stuff like running visions or actually playing the game, these dudes can be productive. That's the theory, that's the plan at least. Something I should have set up flipping ages and ages ago, but in all honesty, I haven't got around to it. I'm at the point now where these accounts kind of need to be a little bit more self-sufficient when I'm not doing the Mechanica farm. I've hyper-optimized the Mechanica farm now so that it takes no more than an hour and a half, maybe, a day. Yet, outside of that period, they need to be doing summon. Flipping is obviously one aspect, but flipping takes a while to ramp it up. So we need something a little bit more short-term that will be useful now. So we've got to get all that set up. But let's quickly get the pets and mounts cancel scanned relisted. And then we can go. But I hope everybody's well. Good morning, good morning. Chris, Adrestia, welcome in. Ian, welcome in. Good morning, good mornings. I know I sort of threatened to maybe play a different game or something today. But in all honesty, I'm quite invested in WoW right now, which is keeping me more than busy. Let's do quick cancel scan on those. And of course, Team YouTube, Mia, welcome in, good morning. I have suspicions. There's quite much chatter between players in certain discords, in certain areas of the internet about this Mechanica farm. There's quite many chatter, and this chatter is in areas where Blizzard devs might also hang out. So it is becoming more and more clear as time goes on that there is a percentage of the player base, and it is usually always, the vocal minority, to be fair, but there is definitely a percentage of the player base that's starting to get pretty persistent with saying Mechanica's a pain in the ass. And so, while I still don't think they will change the Mechanica farm, or I don't think they'll change Mechanica in any way, shape, or form, really. But I'm at the point where I would not be surprised if something did change, which is leading me to think about my options when it comes to stocking one of everything. Do I just try and focus on selling them quick? I'm not sure. I'm in an R in. Forgot Discord ping. Yeah, I was getting my coffee. Took me a while to. I had to open a new bag of coffee this morning, which confused me. I had to run to the main house to get it. Stream announcements. Thank you for the reminder, though. Should let the Discords know. Whoa, what's going on here? That's not, what? How am I meant to get that back now? Oh, no, I didn't mean to close Discord. What? There we go. Hanging off the end of my screen for some reason. Right. I watched that video that I linked on Discord yesterday. It's a long watch, but it is one. Ian said a few good things. I just hope they're going to keep to their word when he was talking about lessons learned. It's... Yeah, I watched it too. There's a problem for me with Ian is very PR these days. Very, very, very PR. And it's... If you've played this game for a while and if you've paid attention to how the devs are doing things for a while, it's kind of like this circular thing where they're always, we hear you, and like we've learned our lesson. This and it's now built into the rhetoric of that we make things knowing that people will eventually hate them and that we'll eventually have to redo them, and they're taking that on board now. So like the talent tree is a great example, how we went from a wiggly talent tree back in Classic to a super simplified talent tree, and then we're back to a wiggly talent tree again. As like there comes a point where players want change in a game, and if the same thing has been the same way for a long period of time, no changes is just as bad as changing it, and so they feel as if they almost can't win. I miss the mop talents. Well, see, this is the thing, right? Like, we're now at the stage again where we've had this wiggly tree for long enough that we might end up back to a hyper simplified system again. It's difficult because Ian's very PR. It is of no surprise that he is the one that does an awful lot of these interviews. I have no idea how he has any time to actually be the game dev, the senior game developer. Like, I don't know how he has, or the game director, or whatever they call him nowadays. I have no idea how he fits any time in his day to do his job, the amount of interviews he's doing all the time. And the fact that we have content coming out every 8 weeks, he must be in permanent PR mode. Like, he's a time-traveling wizard. He must be. He's certainly aged 10 years in the last 3. So I'm sure this World Soul Saga is he's probably not getting all that much sleep, bless him, but just read the PC Gamer interview, which is in near 180 to Ian's presentation. The War Within talents being toned down to about 6 rows could be the next evolution. Yeah, it probably could. It probably could, because let's be real, where do we go from here? Like, that we had a wiggly tree, and so that they didn't have to fuck about with a wiggly tree, we got hero specs. And the reality is this was just 10 extra talent points. Exactly the set. Like, there was nothing revolutionary about this. They just didn't particularly want to touch this, so they gave us this instead. And to make it feel kind of like you had a choice, well, we'll give you 10 talent points so that you feel as if you're getting something for those 7. This mattered for about 2.5 minutes, right? How long does it take people at the beginning of the expansion to go from 70 to 80? Like, let's say an hour per level, worst case scenario. That's as long as this mattered for. It lasted for the first week of the expansion. And how much time and effort do you think went in to doing, like, how many different classes have we got in the game now? Like 13 different classes, 2 different, I don't know, flipping stupid amounts of these hero spec things, and it mattered for about 10 minutes. It's difficult, and I don't know how they actually approach this, and so it would not surprise me if when we go into midnight, we get some sort of overhaul, because the amount of time it takes to do this relative to the amount of time it matters for is not balanced, when they could be so clearly spending time doing other things that matters more. And what would probably make this different is that if there was a soon as you have a system like this where you can't fill all of it, people sim it, they math it, they find out what the cookie cutter is, and then people just use that one. But it's also incredibly boring when they just give you enough points to fill the entire tree. So, you know, they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't in that regard when it comes to stuff like this. And the professions are the same, right? The professions are the same. They're called specializations. Well, what's specialized about being able to fill every single node? And eventually you get to the point where you have your entire tree full. Then what you specialized in, right? This is the thing. So I've thought that the route that they should take is a kind of in the middle. I don't think they should ever cap the maximum amount of knowledge points that we can gain, like a talent tree. Talent trees, obviously, there is X amount of points, and you have to choose. You can't have everything. But in the process of leveling your character, you get access to your maximum points very quickly. I think there's a best of both worlds situation with the professions, and I think, and I spoke about this a lot before the War Within, I think the best of both worlds situation is that we have talent trees much like we do today, where eventually you can fill them all out, but I would suggest that we have semi-seasonal caps on them. So within season 1, let's say the entire tree has 300 nodes. I think they could do with toning the amount of nodes down a little bit. But let's say you have 300 total points. You have 100 points that you can work on and get as fast as you can, or as fast as you want to. You can get 100 points in your profession, but then that's your season 1 cap. Then it will mean that season 1 will feel different to season 2, and season 2 will feel different to season 3. Now, it does dilute the effectiveness of professions as you go through the expansion. If you had sort of like a 100 cap season 1, raise that cap to 200 knowledge points in season 2, see what people can then do. It might change things a little bit. Raise the cap to then, or unlock the final thing for the final season, for example. That is kind of a semi-best of both worlds situation. It means that we can get rid of this absolutely atrocious catch-up system that's not really a catch-up system. It's just a very, very slow churn. 21 bonus catch-up points a week when your talent tree might have 800 nodes is not what I'd consider catch-up, you know? When you look at blacksmithing that has 800, it needs 800 nodes, 800 knowledge points. You have, let's say 100, maybe 150 if you collect all of the blacksmithing recipes, you do your first time crafts, you collect your treasures. Let's say you do all of the basics, you're maybe hitting 150 points in blacksmithing. That still leaves you with 650 knowledge points to become the jack of all trades in blacksmithing. And that 650 is drip fed to you at 21 a week as a catch-up system. So it could still take you over 30 weeks, or the best part of 8 months, if you were to do every single catch-up point every single day. It could take you 8 months to catch up in blacksmithing. Now, I know there is an argument to say that you don't need every single knowledge point, but the fact that they're there means people want them. it seems like, we could, like, there's got to be a better solution than that, and I think there definitely is. But this is kind of my point, right? That Blizzard go through this cycle of, like, they complicate a system, everybody hates the complicated system, they go back to a basic system. We have a basic system for a while. People say the basic system's too basic, they don't like the basic system, they build on the basic system, they start to make it more complicated, they start to make it more complicated again, and then we have this complicated system, and then nobody likes the complicated system, so we go back to a basic system again. Which is the only thing that makes me think that they could at some point say enough is enough with the current crafting system and go back to a super basic, easy version of a crafting system. I personally wouldn't like that myself, but I'm probably the minority in that scenario, and the minority doesn't always win. And there we are with Enchanting having basically insta catch up. Yeah, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing today. Exactly what I'm going to be doing today is going to be taking some of these toons, and I'm going to use my level 80 alts, because they have quicker and easier access to and from the Undermine, so that when they need to go back and kill rares, I don't have to mess about summoning them all. But we're going to get Enchanting set up on a bunch of these dudes. We're going to use Enchanting as a source of artisan security to fund the tools and the knowledge point books then needed by the alchemist, by the jewelcrafter, by the scribe. Maybe if we get really enthusiastic one day, we'll set up tailoring for, you know, cloth bolty business, maybe, possibly, haven't decided, but account-wide professions would be a good start. I toyed with this idea. I toyed with the idea of account-wide. With all of the speak of warbands, I did toy with the idea of is account-wide profession something that would be good for the game? I went as far as thinking that it could be good for concentration. I'm not so sure I'm convinced I like the idea of having professions be account-wide totally. Mostly because I tend to feel that the economy works the way it does right now based upon the fact that there is a very small percentage of people that supply a very large percentage of everything that's on the auction house. It's the 80-20 rule again. The famous 80-20 rule, which basically determines that 80% of something is supplied by 20% of somebody and vice versa. So in sales, or in business, it's often considered that 80% of your revenue will come from 20% of your customers. And that sort of concept is very true, I think, in the economy in WoW as well. That 80% of what you see on the auction house is provided by 20% of the player base. The player base that enjoys having lots of characters, lots of professions, crafting a whole bunch of stuff, flipping a whole bunch of stuff, farming the materials. That small percentage of the player base that thoroughly enjoys that is responsible for the vast majority of what you see on the auction house and what gets traded between. Look how many players out there basically don't ever touch professions, yet they're still buying shit from the auction house all day long. Like, they're buying their potions, they're buying their enchants, they're buying their gems. They might even be buying their gear, you know. There are lots of players out there that have absolutely no input to the economy, but they take a lot from it. An account-wide professions means that 20% is going to really struggle to supply the 80%. Unless I don't know, unless you have the ability to mass produce. It's different. That would definitely neutralize. It would definitely neutralize concentration, but I think concentration's in a good position because concentration allows the 20% that enjoy this sort of stuff to scale it up and still get some big value numbers out of it, but it also simultaneously allows the 80% of people that don't seem to play with professions to make a little bit of gold or make something for themselves, and concentration allows the professions to still feel useful, even if they're not like going to make you a millionaire sort of thing. So I'm not overly convinced account wide or like warband wide professions would be easy to implement or really even that beneficial. Let me grab my coffee, hang on. But it's definitely something that would need a good brainstorming for sure. 100% on account-wide gathering professions. Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. I think I've been saying for probably 3 expansions now that when are they going to homogenize all of the gathering into just one profession and give it as a secondary so everybody can do it. It doesn't seem to make a huge amount of sense for me personally that you have to specialize in being a herbalist or specialize in being a miner. I think everybody should be able to supply the market because, and it leads me back to that 80-20 thing, right? The 80% of the player base that doesn't particularly want to engage too much with heavy crafting, and they're not, mass producing potions ahead of time for reset or anything along this lines. Those players could quite comfortably help with the supply of materials, right? They could be doing what they're doing while simultaneously generating a small amount by being able to pick up the herbs, pick up the ore, skin the beasts that they do on their travels, right? Which would help push from the bottom a little bit, maybe. I don't know. We're all spitballing ideas here. Right, I need to be somewhat efficient with how I do this because I need to utilize the fact that I'm trying to do this 4 times in one go. So I think what we're going to need to do for enchanting, I haven't set up enchanting for quite some time to remember what the hell I'm doing, to be brutally honest. There are some things I'm going to need to make sure I do, and I have a bunch of material. I'm going to need to buy the materials I need on each individual character. I can't be relying on the war bank particularly for this. This is also going to be problematic when I clearly don't have... These characters, to be fair, they're level 80, but they're not really set up. They don't even have bag space or, like, any goodies. Let's get them all to enchanting, at least. Warband, wide library of recipes. That's cool. That's cool. I like that theory. It does seem silly that if you have acquired a recipe on one character, you don't have access to it on the other. I mean, that's 50-50. That's partly the way, your player house could have a library. They could build it into the lore here a little bit if they wanted to. Your player house could have a library, and your player house could have a... Could be your player house could also have your warband library sort of thing. Do I have any gold on any of these tunes? This is actually the next problem, isn't it? I don't have any gold on them. That's one thing that might be slightly problematic. I'm going to have to pull gold from the war bank, aren't I? Maybe we are going to have to... just temporarily give them access to the war bank one by one, pull some gold out of it. Having old rare patterns on the wrong server is annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I think if they lean into the warband stuff, there's definitely some interesting options. Let's just withdraw 100,000 gold for each one. Just so then they can buy the stuff they need. Where's my war bank thing on this dude? How do I get it in? Oh, there's everything button. Why does it look different? Oh, it's in one bag mode. Yeah, I weirdly like my war bank in category mode. Huh? Yeah, I like my war bank in category mode, but my bank not. I don't know why that is. I think they first want to catch up with making all the other stuff that's already warband for recent expansions available for like all reps. Then they'll look into new things to add to the warband. Yeah, yeah. I don't think professions are going to take a high priority. I've come to learn that as crafters, as goblins, we live in the same sort of territory as PvP. In that we get what we're given. You know, we're not in any position to be making outlandish demands. We get what we're given and we're happy with it, but it's still something we can look forward to. But yeah, you know, the brain starts ticking when you start thinking about player housing and stuff, and the fact that we're going to be able to build out dedicated rooms. Now, obviously, they have said that they don't really want player housing. They've already said that they don't want player housing to be too utility focused, and by that, we're unlikely to have crafting tables, auction houses, banks. We might get a mailbox because it thematically makes sense for a house to have a mailbox, but they don't want to go too far with that. Which is fair. I think it makes sense that they don't want to try and repeat history with the garrisons. But they could do stuff with the warband feature to make, law reasons dictates that your player house should have your alts in it, and your warband stuff should also integrate with player housing quite well. Okay. let's think about what I need to A-level Enchanting. I've not leveled Enchanting for flipping ages. With the way the materials are right now, I would half expect that leveling Enchanting is different these days. I've not done it for months, or it feels like months anyway. Why have we only got classic Enchanting? How's that happened? Okay. Is it still that you spam the glimmers? Let's have a look. Let's see if I can quickly refresh my memory on this. I mean, I'll bring up my Enchanting leveling guide in a minute, but that was more focused towards dedicated crafters at the beginning of an expansion, not so much zug-zugging to max. I watched that video and I'm now taking a huge step back from the channel going forward, so thank you. Wait, hang on, I'm confused. What video? We need a basic Enchanting setup. Let me grab my guide. Let's see if, sorry, it's a bit of a flashbang, I'm sorry. There we go. We need a shitload of storm dust, a bunch of enchanting vellums. This goes haste, crit, few bismuth rods, glimmers of mastery, whispers of silken leech, glimmering verse, whispers of silken leech, enchant braces. Gets you up there. The alternative is we do a whole bunch of disenchanting and we go the glimmer route, which I was never really a fan of because it meant that you had to spec into glimmers in the first place, although it's a viable alternative option. This was more sensible for people to have a few things to craft at the beginning. This might need an update. Let me do a comparison against my planned leveling path. Let me do a comparison on that to, let's say, what does WoW Dash Professions suggest these days? To be fair, and no, not WoW Dash Pet Guide. Yeah. Oh, it's all changed. Huh. When did they update all of this? Bunch of storm dust, bunch of this, bunch of that, loads of that, loads of that, loads of that. Is this designed to get you to 100? No, this is to get you to 80. 80 to 100 is not included because there's alternatives. This feels like it probably mirrors my suggestions similarly. Few enchants. Craft some of this business. Bismuth rods. Choose a spec. Okay, it uses the gleeful glamours up until 50. And then it pushes you up to 80 as much as possible and then says, you know, just craft whatever the fuck you can get to 100. Okay. And third and final place to double check What's Kachak saying these days on his leveling guide for enchanting? He's probably got a good one, hasn't he? Enchanting concentration setup. It's not really what I'm after, but it probably makes sense. Probably not going to bother flying around picking up the profession knowledge points unless I really have to. Doing that is far too much like hard work. There's got to be a quicker and easier way to get those early knowledge points. Yeah, I don't think flying around picking up the knowledge points is needed anymore. Yeah, okay. Dive into disenchanting and then disenchant, and to be fair, probably disenchant at a profit even. It's still saying I can craft a bunch of these. It still thinks it's got warband access. It doesn't. All right, we'll figure it out as we go along. I love you, TSM, but not for this. Not for this. You have to get the 3 points. You also have to do the dirt piles to unlock the catch-up. Ow, Christ on a bicycle, you're right. Yeah, we do, don't we? Yeah, you're right. So we do have to get to 25, then we have to do the weekly. Then we have to do the treasures. Yeah, you're right. I'd forgotten about all of that. That actually means I might need to put some buttons in the right places on these dudes as well. How much miscellaneous mechanica have you gotten so far? I don't really count how many I've got so far, but it's somewhere in the region of about 40 to 50 of them a week. Without really farming, I've got 25 mechanica for my first mount. It's slow, but I don't want to degen farm it. Oh, that's the way to do it. That's genuinely the way to do it. There's if you're just playing the single account, like if you are still playing in the Undermined Zone a reasonable amount, just keep mechanica at the forefront of your mind and you'll progress towards them. Paragon boxes are most players' biggest way to get them without really trying. You can basically get a Paragon box with one of the sub-factions almost every week, and that's going to get you 1 or 2 without even trying, really. You do your 3 world quests, which gives you a total of, I think, 6,000 rep. And then you need 4,000 rep, so you can do your chet list. That's 500 rep. That means you need 3,500. Your 4 side hub, whatever they're called, quests give you a few hundred. So let's call that another 500. I can't remember the exact numbers. So you need like 2,000. A few world quests. You probably don't get a Paragon box every week, but you at least get like 8,000 or 9,000 rep very quickly, very easily, which is basically a Paragon box every single week. When you're doing all of that, open dumpsters, when you're doing all of that, kill rares. And yeah, you will slowly but surely get more of them. I guess we are going to have to do a little bit of flying about and stuff then, aren't we, on these dudes? Which means I probably first am going to want to get some profession tools. Incanter's Shard. Are we going to replace these? Probably. How many mounts have I sold so far? 4, I think. Like I said, I don't particularly keep track of it in great detail. Thinking about it, this profession equipment would make more sense if I added these guys. These guys need to join the guild, don't they? And I need to put some mats in the guild bank. That's going to make this process, I think, a bit easier. Although, do I really care that much? I don't think I do. Profession equipment, enchanting, tool. Ruined bismuth rod. Hello. The only ones that are available are 564s. Give me one with resourcefulness, preferably. That one will do. Ruined bismuth rod. Don't we actually make those on the way there? I think we do. 564 Incanter's Shards. Resourcefulness, crafting speed. There's no choice on these. And the Weaver Cloth Enchanter's Hat. Is there not any top tier? Flipping hell, there's a gap in the market, eh? Oh wait, hang on. Do these have weird item levels, don't they? 551, I think, is the highest item level on these. I think. I can't remember. There we go. Ruined bismuth rod, one of them. Oh, actually, yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, that's fine. Hat. Every one of these characters started with 110k, so we'll be able to see just how much this costs to do. Which, the cost is not really something I'm bothered about, to be honest, but it'd be fun to see just how little it ends up being. Because I actually reckon the disenchanting might actually end up being profitable, weirdly, or close to. You should get way more points than you need right now to fill all the trees. Well, my plan, the only reason I'm really doing enchanting is to harvest artisan security. So yeah, we're going to disenchant way more than we actually need to, because every knowledge point is 5 artisan security. So how many things do we need to disenchant to get like 900 artisan security on the alts? Probably more than 900 thinking about it. Because we would like to buy the profession books and get the profession books, and it's 1,800 knowledge artisan security we need, isn't it? 1,800. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too many numbers. 1,800. Divide that by 5. 360. 360 Dark Moon decks on each character. 360 Dark Moon decks on each character will give us enough artisan security to insta build the second profession, which is actually the main focus of this. We could do a little bit more than that, maybe, possibly, if we wanted to. We could do a little bit less than that, maybe, possibly, if we wanted to. It's up to us, really. Like I said, I'm not doing this from a concentration alt army perspective, so I'm entirely not bothered. Ooh, gross. I'm entirely not bothered about spending a little bit, or if it takes a little while for me to do, because we're only doing it once to set up the secondary professions, really. Around January, the catch-up granted me about 120 points times 5 equals 600. Oh, you can fill the tree in one go today, technically, if you want to. Catch-up takes you all the way to the end in Enchanting now. What did I just buy? I need an Encanter's Shard. This would be a good realm to sell some of this shit on. Holy. I'm getting actually skamazed on these prices. Okay, we've got some profession tools on each one now. Storm Dust. For the purpose of leveling, we can get away with using the cheap shit. So let's just buy 500 tier 1 Storm Dust on each realm. Okay. Do we need glimmers and stuff like that? I can't remember. Let's grab that. And let's see where we go. We need 100 vellums on each one. Vellums. Right, now we can actually start leveling it up a little bit. Oh, let me see both windows at once. Don't be a dick. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, fine. I roughly remember how we do this anyway. What realm is that? It actually says on my screen. It says on the screen which realm I'm on at the time. But yes, feel free to hop on. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a 20 storm dust week. Oh, I'm doing this on the wrong week. Oh no.
Let's make sweet, sweet
I should
profit
not be doing
together.
this week. I should have been doing this last week when it was like one flipping crystal. Damn you, son of a bitch. Alright, sure. Have 20 storm dust. You win some, you lose some. We need some bismuth rods. $27. $29, $30. I think this goes green at. Oh no. Oh, we'll keep going. Oh yeah, I know there's loads of add-ons and stuff I could be using to make this whole process easier, but these characters are very deliberately set up to have basically no add-ons on them. That's a proactive decision to make their login times as short as possible. And this is something I'll only be doing once, so I don't really mind. Do we go the Gleeful Glamour? You can only really go the Gleeful Glamour route if you also then fly around and pick up a bunch of knowledge points first. Which I am regrettingly maybe needing to do. We annoyingly might need to go that route. Because I'm going to need to fly around and pick up the flipping... I'm going to have to pick up some treasures, aren't I, anyway, to get the 2 weekly knowledge points. Maybe we just do it. What I do need to do before I do any of this is maybe select a spec. I've dinged level 80 and I haven't even selected a spec. Oh, these tunes are a joke. Start a build, go. Pack leader. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep. I don't know. What do these two do? Cool down on kill command. Consume a serpent sting from up to 8 nearby no, that one. Disengage removes movement. Impair, yeah, that one. This is where I need a my slot profile for a level 80 hunter, don't I? It would be a smart thing to do. But it's another squirrel that I'm not sure I can be bothered to do. So maybe we'll just quickly hack it together. Get rid of all the spells I definitely don't use. If I don't put turtle on the bar, people will complain at me. That'll do. That's enough buttons to kill things. Okay, let's grab some treasures on this dude then. Don't forget the 10 points from the cash. Yeah, if we're down that neck of the woods. You're not yet, are you? Where are you? Where have you gone? Earthen gem. Do I wombo combo this? The Windows taskbar lines up perfectly with the cast-bar. Wait, what? What do you mean? I'm confused. Do I also grab... Because this dude is actually going to be... He's actually going to be an alchemist. I should probably grab the alchemy ones at the same time. If we're going to do a world tour of knowledge points, I should probably do the world tour of knowledge points properly, shouldn't I? So let's also grab alchemy, because that's what these characters are actually going to be. I'm only doing enchanting such as to... I'm only doing enchanting such to be able to get a shitload of artisan security. I don't have 50 yet. That's a problem. Okay, that's going to have to wait till later. I was trying to be productive then, and then I realised I can't be productive yet. Kahani, by the way, thank you very much for the 39. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that or not. Either way, big thank you. Massive support over the years. I appreciate it. Oh, the fact that it's like, yeah, touchy-touchy. Silver rod, yoink.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Oh, woo, the 35 as well. Boys and girls coming out the woodwork today. I appreciate it. Thank you. Where's the frame? I couldn't have a bigger mini map if I tried, and I can't see it. There we go. Earthen powder. Oh yeah, the one's actually in Dornogle. Wait, I've just realised. I'm being an absolute fucking dumb, aren't I? Why am I not doing this two at a time? Why, oh why am I not doing this two at a time? Please hold. What a donut. I'm literally on a sandstone drake. I'm on a sandstone drake with nobody on the back of it. In fact, saying that, I'll fly. Literally just halved the amount of effort I need to do now. Oh, this dude doesn't seem to have the weak aura on. It's got weak auras on. Oh, that would be why. Because it doesn't have the weak aura. There's probably an update for this as well, isn't there? Let's grab the latest version. Copy input string. Update. That means these lot probably don't have it either. Okay. Oh, does that mean I don't... Wait, hang on. Why is that all the way over here? What are you doing over there? No wonder I can't see it. Other than iron powder. Metal door noble frame. I don't bother with the world tour anymore when leveling enchanting. It just takes too long. Well, I need to do the weeklies anyway. And I'm going to need to do it for Alchemy because I'm going to need to get my hands on as many knowledge points as I possibly can with Alchemy. So, because like I said, I'm not really doing enchanting for actually long-term having enchanting. I'm doing enchanting to fuel Alchemy faster, if that makes sense. Did this dude get both of these? Yeah. Right, we need to go down to the next zone now, don't we? Only do it to get the 2 dirt piles. Yeah, I need to keep my eyes open for them as well. That way we can do the enchanting catch-up quickly as well. Lovely forecast here, 9 days of rain, probably because I cleaned the grill. Oh no. I've had a couple of barbecue sessions this year so far. I desperately need to cut the grass, but it's rained here for the last 3 days. I'm hoping it lets up at some point over the next few days. Is this the one in the building thing here? Yep. Warm to cold pretty fast. Had 22 Celsius 2 days ago. Now it's 4. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, well aware of that situation over here. I'm really hoping it's going to be nice over the weekend because I need to get some shit done. 2 kilometers away, 2 kilometers away. I guess we go for either of them then. This is a good zone to keep your eyes open for dirt piles, actually. To not be so close as well. Keep your eyes open for dirt piles. I don't think I have outline mode on, actually. Yeah, sure. Where is this one? Oh, it's in the cave that way, isn't it? Somewhere. What I do need to be careful of is I've just suddenly realised these guys have negative gear. That's going to put me in a bit of a sticky situation in scenarios like this where I'm clearly going to aggro. Let's see how poorly this goes, shall we? Right, well, he did all right. Oh, no. They've aggroed. They're dead. Oh my god, I don't even have a pet. I don't even have a pet. This is not going to plan. My pet got one shot. I haven't got men pet on my bars. I did not plan for any of this. This was not on the cards. Okay, well, somehow we survived. Let's get out of there. Where's the stirring rod? Wait, what? Where's this one? Is this up? Can't go any up. Can't go more up. Wait, what? Where's this one? Hello? Am I being dumb? Oh, it's in there. Yeah, I might need to reevaluate my options here temporarily. Although we got one of them though. Yeah, I might need to cheat some start gear on these dudes. Otherwise, I'm going to put myself in a real sticky situation. Let's park here. Put turtle on the bar, yeah. I'm also on the arse end of nowhere realms as well. I'm probably not going to get any easy flipping gear, am I? Give me some cheap 600 item level gear. Item level 600 stuff. Helm. One of them. Shoulders. One of them. Chest. That'll do. Braces. Yeah. Yeah. Where's all the cheap braces? Alright. One of them. Legs. That'll do. Boots. I'm not paying those prices. Get bent. That'll do. Ring. Nope. Weapon. Wait. I've bought all male gear on a paladin. Oh, I'm so used to gearing up fucking hunters. Alright, well, we'll trade it over. It's fine. In that case, buy a bow. 603 gold-plated rifle? Sure. It's fine. Nobody saw that. Oh, he's already got a weapon. He already had better legs. Well, that's one way to ensure that we get some in. Okay, 446 is better than absolutely nothing. What are we missing over here? A couple of rings and a couple of trinkets. A ring and a couple of trinkets. Is there any cheaper stuff on this realm? That'll do. One of them. That's probably all we do in terms of trinkets, eh? Unless I want to buy one of these. I don't particularly want to buy one of these. Screw it, we buy one of these. It's a stat stick. Was there anything else gross on this that I wanted to replace? Male braces, potentially. One of them. Waist. Right, there we go, 570. That means he doesn't, like, insta-get gibbed. It's fine. Right, now let's buy some gear for this dude and do it properly. Two-handed. Two-handed sword. Armor, plate, helm. This realm's expensive. Plate, helm. One of them. Do we need shoulders? Yep. One of them. A neck. Ugh. Could do with a back piece. Cloak, because it's more commonly known. Could do with braces. $606 is good. $528 will replace a waist. This was not the plan today, was it really? Let's be honest. This was not the plan. Plate legs. Boots. One ring, couple of trinkets. One ring. No, not a symbiosis deck, don't be silly. One of them. And something to fill a hole. That's what she said. What do you mean he's busy right now? Stop being busy. Was that it? Right, let's see if that's fixed that little problem. What are we missing? Something's still not right there. Where did my weapon go? Did I not buy a weapon? I swear I did. I swear I bought a two-handed sword. There it is. 561. Better than absolutely nothing. We'll run with that. We'll run with that. That's fine. Now we might not have total problems if we need to kill something. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? One of these. Stirring rod. Oh yeah, because it's in this building, isn't it? This is one of those do as I say, not as I do situations. I'm showing... Maybe this is more of a realistic approach to how... Does this happen to you lot? When you plan out to do something and everything just goes horribly wrong? Nothing goes to plan. Because I feel as if I'm putting on an A-class performance on how not to do things right now. Right, is that everything from this zone? Looks like it. Quickly bash it out 3 hours later, yeah. Graphics, outline mode, high. Alright, this is actually a good zone for the treasures. Maybe I get my treasures in this zone. There's dirt piles all over the place. Right, scout for dirt piles. Up north is the best for dirt piles, isn't it? You haven't run out of gold yet, so keep going. Good morning, welcome in, Crazy Bear. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I'd have much bigger problems on my hands, wouldn't I? If we ran out of the moolah. Having some gold makes my stupidities look a lot less stupid. You can mask stupidity with enough gold. It's what the rich do in real life, isn't it? Let's be honest. Come on, who's stolen all my dirt piles? This zone is usually BIS for dirt piles. What am I farming for? Well, the TLDR is I'm setting up Enchanting and Alchemy on these tunes. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I can't dodge everything on 2 tunes. Attempting to set up Alchemy and Inscription, technically on these 4 dudes. Inscription is being set up predominantly so that it can be a good source of artisan security for what will actually be the main profession, being alchemy here. And the reason for all of this is that I need these 4 bonus accounts to be useful whilst my main account is playing the game. So when we're doing our delves, when we're doing our, you know, playing the game situation, I need these 4 accounts to be doing something in some sort of AFK style processing, thaumaturgy, or prospecting, or, you know, any of the above is what we're going for here, what we're shooting for. So, right this very second at least, we are hunting down the weekly knowledge points that are needed for enchanting so that you can unlock the knowledge catch-up. And I'm doing it on 2 tunes at the same time as to hopefully save some time. Although the reality is I'm making an absolute dog's dinner of it, so... Something, to be fair, I should have like just chipped away at like ages and ages and ages ago, but it's only been very recently that I've really pushed into multi-account stuff for the War Within. For the most part, we've been single account Andes, which is fine, but Mechanica pushed me into a direction where... Oh, did I leave you lurking? I didn't mean to leave you over there. Which ones do I still need? I need fleeting... no, what do I need? Oh, have I got the enchanting ones now? I've got the enchanting ones on this dude. Well, that's a good start. Oh no, wait, hang on. Yeah, I've got the enchanting ones on this dude. Need the alchemy ones still. This dude is missing... nothing. He's got the enchanting ones as well. Because these are the weekly catch-up. Weekly catch-up, weekly quest, knowledge thing. So, I'm actually only hunting down... I very quickly, accidentally nearly done this. Just need the alchemy ones. If I need to go back and get the alchemy ones at a later date, I can hang fire on those. Yeah, okay. That means we got the knowledge then. Let's fly to Hallowfall. We can make a return trip for the alchemy ones at some point if needed. The reality is I don't really need to get the alchemy ones. It'll just be, you know, a help. What are we here for? One of you, you're miles away, you're miles away, you're miles away, you're closer. We'll get the enchanted scroll first then. Maybe instead of doing this like 4 tunes at a time, I'll do it 2 at a time. That will be a little bit more manageable. I wasn't expecting to have to leave the city, but then I remembered you've got to do the enchanting weekly stuff to get the catch-up points, so that becomes crucial to the operation. Just trying to remember where all of these are. I got them pretty locked in from doing these a bunch at the beginning of the expansion, but it's incredible how quickly my brain forgets this sort of stuff, because it just deems it as unnecessary information and just gets rid of it. Not enough room in the old noggin to store everything. Get rid of the trash, you know. Is the other one in here? The other one's close. Right, now we just need the Nerubian ones. Can we do these whilst flying? No. Yeah, this took a little bit longer than I expected, but it hasn't actually ended up being that painful. And it's only taken longer because I realised I might need to get at least some basic gear on these dudes if they're going to be doing anything proactive. Mixing salts is miles away. That one's closer. That one's miles away. That one's closer. Let's do the void shard first then. And finishing off in Azkahet, we can take the portal back up to Dornogal. Actually, that means we should probably go get the ones furthest away first and loop back, because we're going back that way for the portal anyway. Always think him. In theory. At least that's what we tell ourselves, at least, anyway. Apothecary Vial, where's that then? I don't remember this one. Is this in the tower? I don't remember this one at all. Has this one moved? Why didn't I put him on follow? Hop on. Hop on. Void shard and then take the portal back up. And the lap is done. That wasn't that painful, was it? That is... Where the hell's the void shard? Here it is. Yoink. Beautiful. Fastest 70 to 80 without time walking. Without time walking, if you're doing it solo, I would imagine there isn't a particularly hyper optimal way to do it other than just blasting, questing, and doing dungeons in between, maybe. You can abuse the Siren Isle if you have a geared level 80 friend, preferably a boomkin. The Siren Isle can blast you from 70 to 80 in about an hour if you have somebody boosting you. Earthen flying is also a very quick way of doing it, yeah, with the exploration bonus they get. But of course, if you're already level 70, that might not be a choice. What's his name? Haldran? Is it Haldran? He has the most effective. He's basically a speed leveler. It does mean he pushes incredibly fast times, but he is absolutely min-maxing to within an inch of his life. So basically take the time it takes him to do it and then double it, and that's probably what is a reasonable 70 to 80 route. Right, am I mostly content that these dudes have what is needed? More importantly, do both of these have the ability to turn in the weekly and then get catch-up points? They should do. He's done it. Oh, he needs to level up the basics first. Oh, I bought a spare pair of... Oh no, they're cloth boots for some reason. Alright. What's the next step? The next step technically is to do the same again on these two dudes. Mirror powder's probably technically cheaper here, but far too much like hard work. In fact, the cheapest is probably Gleaming Shatter. No. Where's the vendor? Do the weekly quest. Now they qualify for catch-up. From this point on, is there any reason not to just disenchant like my life depends on it? Since that's what we're going to be doing anyway. Doing it to 27. that 27? Get to 27. We unlock our first spec tree. Then do we just disenchant like our life depends on it? Or do we... Oh, I got to 35 on this dude before I stopped for some reason. No, I need to actually level naturally to 50, don't I? Because I need 2 trees. Do I need 2 trees? I need designated disenchanter. No, I can just disenchant from here, surely. No, because... Oh, I don't know. I can't flip and remember. Let's level to 50 so I get 2 trees. It's only flipping storm dust at the end of the day. These are probably slightly cheaper to do. Yeah, the profession achievements, not only some of them are really tedious, but some of them are really expensive. I looked at one once, like Jewelcrafting has one to craft a whole bunch of trinkets. And I was like, this is going to cost me the fat end of like 70, 80, 90,000 gold for 5 achievement points. And I just quite quickly came to the conclusion, nope. Like, I love collecting stuff, but even I have my limits. That felt a little bit unnecessary. So yeah, weirdly, when those profession achievements kicked in, when did they kick in? Like halfway through Dragonflight, I was quite hyped for them turning up. But when I looked into them in a little bit more detail, I quite quickly was like, maybe not. We'll do them at one point, because, you know, we have these periods of time in the game where we get bored. Right, 50. 50 seems like a good spot to level them to, because then that gives me 2 spec trees. One, the disenchanting tree, and then the second one, bunch of knowledge points to pad out the disenchanting tree, maybe. Although I don't think it really matters at this point, thinking about it, but... $28, $29, $30. Unlock everything on the weak aura until glimmering shard turns green. Or dust, rather. Yeah, I'm very aware I'm clearly not doing this particularly optimally. But one of the advantages you buy yourself of having a bunch of gold is you don't worry too much about whether things are hyper optimal all the time. You just do them. Just get it done, and then spend a bit of extra time making the gold back again. That's the theory. What's that spinning car? I love that one. It's an awesome emote. Oh, I should probably craft these actually, because codifieds are basically free these days as well. That would have been a quicker way, up to 50. Whatever. If I can do it just buying storm dust, it's also fine. Right. They're both at 50. They're both at 50, they're chilling. Yeah, they're both at 50. They're chilling. Now to do the little adventure on these dudes. Let's fix these fellas' gearing situation quickly. This is a hunter this time. Right, helm. Sort by item level, buy something that's cheap. Neck. Sort by item level, buy something that's cheap. Shoulders, that'll do. Back piece, is that miscellaneous? Cloak. Buy some. Whoa, where's the cheap shit? Ugh. I'm not buying a 518. I'm not paying 1,000 gold for 551 cloak. Are you out your mind? 1,000 for a 584. That'll have to do. Ugh. Way too expensive. Chest piece. 100 gold. Braces. 280 gold. Gloves. I should be padding these dudes out with 610 gear, but the problem is all of my 610 gear, I've just deleted it because it was stacking up so high that I couldn't be bothered to do anything with it or store it anywhere. And so I've actually just deleted it all. But the vendor value that we've obtained from all of that pays for this gear and more, so it doesn't actually matter. It's easier to have shuffled it all around, vendored all of the 610s that we've had on these alts over the weeks, and then use the gold to just buy these basic sets when needed. It's logistically easier. Did I just pop... they were legs. I need boots. Could do with another ring. Ooh, not those prices. That'll have to do. Comes with a socket though. Trinkets. Give me one of you. And then probably a PvP one. Just for the stat sticks. And we could do with a pew pew stick. That one will do. That'll do. Do the same for you. Don't buy flipping mail gear. Right, this dude, helm. Buy cheap shit. Ugh. This is clearly not a very populated realm, is it? This could get expensive on this realm. Helm, 610, shoulders. Oh my god, this is not a very cheap realm at all. That'll have to do. That'll do. Braces. Oh my god. Gloves are good. Belt. Oh my days. Legs. Woof. Oh fuck. Cheap one. Boots. Guys, go sell some gear on Pozzo del Eternia. It's all stupid expensive. We need 2 rings, 2 trinkets. Oh my. I bought... What did I buy? Spinner's hoop. Spinner's circlet. What? 1,000 gold for a Dark Moon deck? What? 4,000 gold for a flipping PvP trinket? Are you mad? Oh, gold. Getting scammed here. 200 mace. Wow. Okay. Turns out this adventure is not that cheap if you are doing it on the flipping arse end of nowhere realms. All this so that if we aggro something, we don't get insta-gibbed. $5.95. There we go. Right. Hop on. First stop, pick up Alchemy. These weak auras are not going to pay attention to the fact that we've picked up another profession, apparently. That sounds suspiciously close to I farmed it, so it's free. What, the fact that I vendor all of the 610s to get the vendor value and then use the gold to buy the shit in a more convenient way? It is suspiciously close, you're right. Right, one of you... Whoa, where's my arrow gone? Why don't I have an arrow? It's here. My arrow's in a weird place. It's around here somewhere, isn't it? There we go. Keg. There's lots of things in this game, though, where I choose the path of least resistance rather than the path of optimization. Now, in many cases, the path of least resistance is actually the right way of doing it. But there are also times where it ends up costing me more, but it takes less time, which is a compromise that... I mean, when you've made the gold in the first place, you might as well use it to make your life easier, you know? That's how I look at it anyway. It's all great and all sitting on a massive, great big pile of it. Sitting on a huge, great big stack of gold. But then if you spend twice as long doing everything instead of spending like a small amount of that gold you've already made, what's the point? Is that everything from this zone? It is. let's find a few easy treasures. Do a lap for some treasures. Although it seems other people might have had the same idea. Oh, I haven't got outline mode on. That's going to make them harder to spot, even though I roughly know where they are. But outline mode, high, go. Do that on this account as well. Otherwise, I'll forget. That means you can see the purple outline from a mile away, especially on low settings. There's one. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I have not put any abilities on my bar. Let me fix this real fast. Wait, hang on. This dude has also never even picked a spec. Whoops. Excuse me. Talents, start a build, because I can't be bothered to set one up. One of you. I'm gonna bother putting everything on here. Let's just put the important things on. It means we can kill something. Where's Cobra Shot? We've got cooldowns. That'll do. Telomere, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Finally hit horrific visions, just as boring as last time. I think visions are alright. I think the fact that there's going to be a good amount of people that will have never done them means it was worthwhile spending the time adding them back into the game. Oh, not having a pet is probably an issue. If you did spend a lot of time doing visions back in BFA, there's nothing really overly new about it, but it's equally still been 5 years since they happened, so there's maybe some value in it still. Oh, pet died, whoops. Yeah, I think it's a good little keep you busy kind of bit of content. I've voiced my opinion quite loudly that the time gating in it is absolutely 100% unnecessary, and I think it should go away. It is very counterproductive to what the game mode is meant to be. But other than that, I don't see much of an issue. Something to do at least, something different. Yeah, I think the nice thing about Visions is at least they have added a few little tidbits of new stuff in there, which will keep there being at least some reason for people who did do a lot of Visions back in the day to make a return visit. It kind of needed a little bit of some in. It's a weird one though, because if they hadn't put the time gating in it, I'd be absolutely blasting them right now. I have the desire to go and do more Visions, but there's that little niggle at the back of my mind that I can't progress my player power in that zone as far as I could or feel I should, such as that grinding it now I know is categorically pretty inefficient. And I would rather wait. But there's a real strong issue with that approach. That if I turn around and say, right, well, I just won't bother, I'll just wait, that next week when they come around again, I'll be like, well, you know what, the hype's died now. You know, my desire's gone now. Whereas if they just hadn't bothered with the time gating, people would probably be blasting it all week this week and having a whole bunch of fun and praising them. Wow, this was really good. Well worth bringing it back, that sort of stuff. It just puts, the time gating just puts a sour taste on it, really, which shouldn't necessarily be there. Which is where I think Blizzard need to learn to be a little bit more careful with this. That stuff like that, you're almost shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. Oh, we're not hanging around for one of them. That's far too much like hard work. But gameplay-wise, thank Christ it worked. You know, nobody's really been able to say that the Visions haven't been... Oh, what's going on here? You know, they worked. They turned up and they worked, which I know it's a low bar, but compared to the Nightfall event, that is a big plus. So even if the decision to delay them 4 weeks into the patch was maybe because they weren't properly cooked, at least they got whatever they needed done. Alternatively, if they just time gated it because they wanted to stagger the content, then maybe they had a little bit more time to polish it. So maybe, as much as I would rather them release patches and just give us all of the stuff and let us choose what to go and do, if it does mean that the stuff that then gets staggered comes out in a better, you know, bug-free, it's a necessary evil, then, well, we take that. The thing for me is one of the big, if for those who played BFA back in the day, one thing that you'll remember people stating was that the fact that you had Stormwind 1 week and Orgrimmar the next week, and that the vendor rotated on a weekly basis along with them, was a big frustration to people. That if you weren't able to play much 1 week, it wasn't as if you could catch up and play a little bit more the next week. You still had to wait another week to get back into Stormwind. And that's going to happen this time as well, because this week it's really difficult to do a 5-mask run. Really difficult, because you can't get as far in the tree. But there are lots of achievements and stuff that people will want to get that will need you. You need to do an 8-mask run in Stormwind. Now, if you don't get your 5 masks this week, you won't have 8 masks next week. You still won't be strong enough realistically to do 8 mask runs or maybe even 5 mask runs next week. So you got to wait for Stormwind to come around again, and then you're going to have to get, once you finish your strength in the 3rd week, then you'll have to wait till the 4th week to flip-flop back again to be able to push the higher achievements. So they've basically padded the whole thing out to take even players who play it consistently are still going to have to play it at least a certain amount for the next 4 weeks. And if they don't touch it much and wait till the end, then they will still have to like wait. It's yeah. It's they should realistically have said, here's Orgrimmar portal, here's Stormwind portal, here's the game mode, do as you please with it, right? Some people would bang it out in a day and be done with it. Some people would take a week to do it. Some people would take until the next patch to do it. Some people would never touch it at all. But staggering it the way that they have, it's already bad enough that you only get Stormwind 1 week and Orgrimmar the next. It's already bad enough that it flip-flops there, but the fact that they flip-flopped it and time-gated your progression through the you know, the skill tree at the same time is clearly a calculated engagement play. And it's certainly nobody in their right mind can turn around and say that that was done to improve the fun level of it for people. It's entirely done to ensure, without a shadow of a doubt, that people have to play some of it for the next 4 weeks if they do actually want to get the mounts from it. Because there's the Void Worm mount is to do an 8 mask run in both cities, I believe. Now, the only way to do that is to play it pretty consistently for the next 4 weeks straight. You can't just leave it till the end and then do it all in, you know, one go sort of thing. You either play it consistently for the next 4 weeks, or you wait a month and then you do it across the span of 2 weeks. It's kind of... it's just slimy. It's slimy and unnecessary, that's the thing. And that's the bad taste it leaves. Like, if they just said, here's visions, go at it, go have fun, everybody would be nothing but praise right now. Turned up bug-free, they added some new shit for the people who had done it back in the day. Perfect, right? I mean, I know somebody will find some reason to have a bit of a whinge about practically anything these days, but, like, they'd have had a flawless victory if they'd just given it to us and let us roll with it, you know? Or never set foot again and screw the mounts. I mean, each to their own. Stirring rod is miles away. The orb is up here. Let me just double check. Do I need treasury stuff yet? Weekly. D's. So that dude has got his enchanting ones. Okay, this dude still needs both of his treasures. So we do need to still do some dirt piles. Chickens! Look at all them chickens. There we go, there's one. Keep our eyes open for treasures while we hunt down these last few one-time treasures. It's annoying because it wasn't actually this dude that needed anything. Yeah, it just gets like I said. My main frustration is that they are literally grasping. What's the phrase? Clutching defeat from the jaws of victory. Like if they'd just given visions to us and said, "Here you go. We've revised visions. We've brought it back. It's basically the same system as it was 5 years ago in BFA." But we've added a few new pets and mounts and whatever for you to chase after. So even if you hammered it to death way back in the day, hopefully there's still a little bit of something for you there. Have fun. You can do Stormwind, you can do Orgrimmar, you can do whichever one you want. You have the full tree to unlock. You can do it at your pace. In 2 weeks' time, we have Dastardly Duos. So if you choose to get it all done in the next 2 weeks, you'll be good. Let people blast out. Let people have fun. They could have gone. There you go. Especially because, like I said, it was really nice that it actually just worked. Is the enchanting dust where? Oh, it's in this building, isn't it? For some reason, I remember the necklace powers from BFA, Blood of the Enemy, where you had to grind Battlegrounds, and with their next statistical releases, they were praised on how much people obviously were enjoying PvP because they had so much engagement with it. Feels like the same baseline. Yeah. All of the different empowerments back then for the necklace. Yes, and so, some of the requirements for those were just astronomical. Right, I might just take a flight path rather than flying there manually. Because we need to go here-ish. We'll take a flight path to Mereldar on this one. But at the end of the day, I know I'm just one person, and I know I play this game. Everybody plays the game slightly differently, but I'm aware I play the game a little bit differently to most as well. So, whereas the time gating is very off-putting for me, because I am somebody that has a little bit more time to play the game. And actually, when I'm enjoying an element of the game, I'm quite happy to sit and continuously enjoy that game until the enjoyment dissipates. And so for me, the time gating in it is a touch frustrating because I would like to just keep playing it and keep progressing with it, knowing full well that in 2 weeks' time we get the Dastardly Duos event, and then shortly after we're going to get something else. And so Blizzard, in a way, has kind of trained us that with this steady release of stuff to do, that it is actually almost more critical for you to get that thing done whilst it is new, and to get everything that you want to get from that little bit of content while it's the current content, because there's basically no chance to ever have a day off and to go back and do stuff that you've missed. So if you do choose to like not do an element of the content, you are kind of hardcore never going to see that again unless you choose to not do something else in the future. So being conditioned to like, oh, this is the thing that it's happening this week or this month, and you should do that until you've completed it, because if you don't do it now, if you don't get all of the enjoyment out of it now, you're probably not going to come back to it because there just isn't time. They've kind of built that conditioning into the game. So then when they say, oh, you need to do all of this stuff now, but you can only do so much of it, then you got to stop, is why it grinds my gears pretty heavily. I haven't set up follow macros on these dudes, so we'll just do it manually. My hunter has Trailblazer though, my paladin's slow. Oh, follow broke. The benefit of time gating is that it restricts me from going full eat, sleep, drink game. Well, yeah, it does prevent degen play of the game. So you could argue that, you know, it is in some way for your own good. But at the same time, I would rather be in control of my own destiny, thanks, not Blizzard Entertainment. So I get, I get it, and I know you're kind of joking when you say that. But I'd still rather have the choice. Let me have the choice. And this, and it fundamentally stems from the fact that we pay for the game up front, and we pay a monthly subscription to the game. And I've always believed that part and parcel of that monthly subscription to the game, hence why it's a monthly subscription, not a 20-hour block of gameplay. It's a monthly subscription that the value in that is that it means I can play the game as much or as little as I want within that month. And hence, if I want to degen the shit out of it for a week because I've got a week off, right? Let's say, you know, normal Joe who has family and has 9 to 5 or whatever. Let's say average Joe takes a week off work and wants to degen the game for that week. That's their way to relax. They should be able to degen that game for a week. They've bought a monthly subscription. If they don't play as much in the next 3 weeks, that's their prerogative. The fact that we pay for the game and we pay a monthly subscription for the game, and yet there is still things that says, oh no, you've had enough fun this week. It's like, well, no, fuck off. I paid you money so that I can play this game whenever I want. it kind of feels like the agreement you made when paying for a 30-day block of game time isn't really being upheld when they say so frequently, you've had enough fun this week, please move on. It's like, well, I know that's probably quite an extreme example, but it is generally how I feel about it. Let's do the ones that are further away. The weight within. Yeah. I think the public perception to this will be loud enough for them to go, oh, okay. Because Blizzard has to do this, right? And Blizzard have historically done exactly this. They go full in one direction, and when that one direction goes too far, then they flip-flop to the exact opposite direction, and they try eventually, over a long period of time, to find that somewhat happy medium in the middle. But it does feel a little bit like history repeating itself when it's, in essence, doesn't feel all that long ago in Shadowlands where one of the biggest arguments was respecting players' time. And then they were like, oh, yeah, we hear you. We're going to do better to respect players' time. And it doesn't feel like it's been that long since that occurrence for us to have gone full circle again, where they are back to everything's an engagement play. Let's go get the vial. Oh, did I get my other dude on? I did. Blizzard wants us to pay for 2 months for a patch instead of 1. Follow the money. The money speaks very loudly in this situation, and I don't think you're too far from the truth there. Hop, hop. There he is. Right, I actually think one of the things I do need to do is get another knowledge point. Not another knowledge point, sorry, another treasure on the pallet on the other dude. We might have to go on a bit of a solo journey in a minute to get the last treasure. Because that's the world tour done. Yeah, I am missing a powdered fulgurance treasure. So maybe I go on a solo adventure on this dude whilst this fella goes back to the main city. Who's stolen the portal? Right, you go back. I go on a bit of a solo to find one more treasure. Actually, I've also just realised that means... Okay, I've got some buttons. This isn't necessarily the best zone for finding treasures, but let's hope we get lucky quickly. Thinking about it, I probably should have done the treasures every week in this zone. Mostly because you get bonus free cash out of it at the same time. Believe it or not, still to this day, I am feeling as if I am short on cash. I've not done the maths, but I definitely don't have as much of it across my account as I'd like to. I clearly don't have all the buttons I need. In fact, this doesn't even feel as if I have a spec enabled, you know. I don't think this dude's even got a spec. Oops. I put gear on him, but I might have forgot to even give him a spec. Whoops. Died to a wax pile. Right, let's try that again, shall we? I don't know. I 100% can't remember the buttons on a paladin. Surely I don't need more than that. Wait, hang on. What's going on here? What's going on here? Why am I so squishy all of a sudden? Right, let's try and remember how we paladin for a second, because this is getting embarrassing. The best spec is no spec. Yeah. My buttons are hella scuffed. It's a shift 2 job. Flash of light is there. Divine shield is an F situation. Shift F is that. Divine toll is 5. Hammer of wrath is mouse wheel down. Shield of the righteousness is that button. That said, that requires a shield. Wait, what? What? Huh? What? Well, that's not fucking happening, is it? Where's Divine Storm gone? Rebuke is E. Final verdict. Divine Storm. Wake of Ash is 4. There we go. They're the buttons I was looking for. Can you get the weekly knowledge things from these orbs? Or are these just simply resonance crystals? Just resonance crystals. You know what? I'd be better going back up to Dornagal and flying around the Isle of Dawn, because I know exactly where all the treasures are there. Doing it down here seems a bit silly because I don't know where half the treasures are. Thinking about it. There's the pool. Time to upgrade the graphics card. It keeps turning grey. Goes into black and white mode. Something's busted. Yeah, I keep dying. Right, you're good other than an alchemy knowledge, so you can stay there. Right, let's go get your last knowledge point. Haven't Nvidia just announced a 5080 24 gig? That's ever so slightly annoying, but apparently it's not coming out till the end of the year, so I'll have had 9 months out of this graphics card before they start updating it. So what 5080 did you end up with? MSI Ventus, if I remember correctly. It's the MSRP model. Obviously, MSRP didn't mean a lot when they launched, but it's the MSRP model. Not anything that's meant to be overly fancy. But I got it for MSRP, so I'm more than happy. It's the 3-fan one, though. I know they've done a mini 2-fan version. It was the 3-fan MSI Ventus, I think. I can't remember the exact model number. I've almost deliberately taken my eyes off the market completely. There we go. Simply so that I don't get disappointed when the price comes down or when they release new shit. I just accidentally heard about the fact that they're planning on doing a 24 gig version, but that was kind of inevitable. A 5080 Super 24 gig was always going to happen. And I think the 4080 Super came out about a year after they launched for the 40 series, so right, we should have all the catch-up points. So these 2 accounts now can push to... Hang on, let's press all of these buttons here. Learn everything that we picked up. Hang on. Yeah. Ventus 3X. That one. That one. I'm hoping that doesn't show serial numbers or anything. But yeah. What we ended up with. Got new job confirmed. Said to myself, if we won it, I'd place my order, but I'll sleep on it over the weekend, I think. I can consistently pick up 5080s for $1,000 in the UK now. Yeah. There's they should be much closer to MSRP now on the regular. Plus, they also seem to have smoothed out a lot of the driver issues. I've not had graphical glitches or issues or anything particularly for a month or 2 now. The drivers seem to be a lot more solid. And the fact that I can now play multiple clients in 4K, and if I tweaked with the settings, like I'm still not pushing the 16 gig of the graphics card. So they're pretty powerful. I'm more than happy with mine, at least. Did I run out of bag space? Wow, I nearly ran out of bag space. I should probably buy some better bags on these dudes. I've got the one free 30 slot bag and the 10 slot bag they start with by default. Maybe time to splash some cash on some bags, maybe. But congrats on the new job, Woo, by the way. That's always fun. Assuming it's what you wanted and a step in the direction you want to go in. Custom job at the same company, but good rates, so can't complain. Happy. That's the plan. That's the dream. Right, let's get these guys leveled up then. There we go, that'll unlock the catch up. What's the value of going the glimmer route at this point? Is there any value in going the glimmer route anymore? I don't think there is really, is there? The value of going the glimmer route initially was a bunch of easy knowledge points. But the fact the catch-up is so absolutely disgusting now, is it really needed? Although you also do get skill points from doing them. That might end up being a reason. Because obviously disenchanting isn't actually going to level you up. And I still arguably want to get these to 100, even if I don't plan on using them for much after than just harvesting artisan security. I don't know, we'll see. $28, $29, $30. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Need to stop farming T-Mog. Took me 2 hours, 30 minutes to post everything across 5 realms. It's cash in the bank though, isn't it? This is the thing that whilst I'm not big into transmog farming or selling particularly, it is cash in the bank. There's no denying. Such as that you spend time farming it, sure, but now you've got a big stack of inventory, which while it took you a while to post everything across the 5 realms, that's all the time it's going to take you now. You know, you can take a month off and not post any of it, but it'll still be there so that when you do decide to do it again, you can still, it's already there, right? You know? 10 dust, 10 dust. I'll just do these. I like farming, that's the problem, but I need to start. Hey, if you enjoy it, there's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it if you're enjoying it. It's when you see players pushing into avenues that they're clearly not enjoying because it's optimal that you can start to argue that that's the wrong decision. I mean, I understand the buzz. Like, people get their dopamine in different ways. I don't get any dopamine hits particularly when I'm out farm. Like, if I was to go farm transmog, I don't get the dopamine hits particularly of getting something big and shiny, because it doesn't mean anything to me fundamentally until I've then sold it. It's the selling of the thing and opening the mailbox and going, "Ooh, that's cool." Boom. That's where the dopamine kick is for me, which is why I was able to, for years and years and years, get that same dopamine kick just buying some mats, crafting some stuff, and then putting them on the auction house. I didn't have to do the laborious farm for the stuff in the first place, and hence why I accidentally, even without thinking, use the word laborious, because that's often how I feel about farming. It literally sends me to sleep. It's just not my thing. If you like looting mailboxes and posting auctions, transmog might be for you. Yeah, that's the army recruitment pitch, isn't it? When a rich purple silk shirt recipe drops, it's like winning the lottery. That recipe sells for 500 to 600k. I would rather buy the rich purple silk shirt recipe off somebody that's getting bored of trying to sell it and posts it way under market price and then flip it, because then it hasn't taken me the time to farm the damn thing and I can still make a margin on it, and I can then go out, if I can buy it for 250, 300k and then go out and sell it for 500, 600k, and boom, then I've got my dopamine hit. Probably the same dopamine hit as you get by farming it, but without actually farming it. Which, all lead, all paths lead to Rome. Feel free to borrow the recipes from old instances I have in the auction house to resell them. I need to pick a category to focus on. I've done pets before, and I should probably continue with pets on the basis that the knowledge I gained from doing pet flipping across 20 odd realms in the past can just be expanded upon, and should probably be a good foundation for me to start getting a little bit more serious about cross realm flipping again. But I was kind of thinking about recipes a little bit. Now I know current expansion recipes have been in the public eye a lot with like cross realm arbitrage. So I would weirdly probably ignore current content stuff because I already know it's quite competitive. But higher value past expansion recipes could be an avenue. But I should maybe stop saying these things before somebody else goes, that's a good idea, and does it before me. I hate Alderman. I farm it from RFK, RFD, along with some other transmogs. Yeah, it's funny. Alderman seems like the big one. Surely with the recent changes to world drop stuff, dungeon farming has got to be more meta. Surely now, is it going to push people back into their 10 runs an hour routines potentially? Since if doing open world hyperspawns has been squished. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Chat GPT, go away. Right, there we go. That's then the 4 accounts up and running to 50 at least. Right, let's now think about disenchanting a bunch to get the actual knowledge points. We can spec into this. We have 36 knowledge points available right now. So those first 36 go into here and then here. And then we stack this to the hills. Like that. Maybe, possibly. Let's hope I haven't completely balls this up by doing this. Then ultimately it's probably not going to make much difference, is it? Ace. This is where having no inventory space becomes a problem as well, doesn't it? So maybe this is also where we actually buy some bags. 32 slot wilder cloth bags. Times 3. Wait, what? No equipment slot is available for that item. Wait, what? Oh, is that the reagent bag slot? Go there. The free one was a 30 slot, yeah. Containers, bags. Right. This is one where we're going to need to... Can I put this on a bar? Yeah, we can do that. Right, so let's get them all prepared to do something like that. Bags. Bags. 32 slot wilder cloth bags. 1, 2, 3. We'll do vivacity this time. There's usually a cheapest one of doing this, but probably averages out about the same these days. Okay, last dude to get prepped, and we can actually start crafting some stuff. Get disenchanted some stuff. What's the one I didn't do? Radiance. Wow, Ace of Radiance seems expensive. Maybe we won't do Radiance on this dude. Whoa, that was nearly a boo-boo. Not that I wouldn't have some use for them, but I don't think we want to be buying 2,000 of each one. Okay. Right. Oh, already messed up. Everyone switching concentration alts to enchanting will tank the prices for sure. It's a good thing I'm not doing this for concentration purposes, isn't it? I'm literally only doing this because it's the quickest and easiest way to get an absolute metric ton of artisan security, which will be funneled into actually alchemy. Alchemy is the focus for these characters. We're just doing some extracurricular activity before we get there. But you are right. You are right. The lucrativeness of it right now is predominantly based upon the fact that the demand for enchants is still strong. But the more the reality is, there's when the question inevitably gets thrown my way or anybody else that does goal making content's way, the answer of the question of what profession should I set up to make some gold with, enchanting concentration is the right answer, because it's the one where somebody can do it and quite simply win, right? Everything else is a little bit risky. It's probably a quicker way to do this, but for now, at least, it works. Has there been a faster way to get more alchemy knowledge points, or is it still the slow daily grind? Yeah, it's still patron orders. You are still subject to patron orders. 21 catch-up points a week. These characters, their end game is to be thaumaturgists. Obviously, it's going to take a little while, a couple of weeks, for them to get set up to the point where they can do it properly. But you got to start somewhere, right? And if I can shortcut it by getting them their profession gear, if I can shortcut it by getting them their knowledge point books. If I remove artisan security, that's a barrier. It'll make the process a bit easier. What I also need to do is a disenchanting macro that uses... Can I just put Dark Moon deck? Will that work? No. No. Have I... Have, probably put a slash show tooltip in there somewhere. This is where maybe I should have used the same flipping. I should have maybe used the same. Does it disenchant it properly? Yeah, it does. Okay. How do you spell it? A-C-I-T-Y. Check it works. Yep. Just bang this out quickly, he says. What are we now? 3 hours into the stream? And we haven't even got the enchanters done. Whoops. Yep, there we go. Can you also use TSM destroying? Probably. It still means I need to click a button. How will you automate the boring disenchanting routine? Macro. Much like I am doing with the putting the decks together. Select window, press keybind. Select window, press keybind. Be careful with the word automate though, because remember automation is not allowed. And will definitely get you in trouble. In Chan or in game isn't allowed. Automation in any way, shape, or form isn't in the game isn't allowed. One click, one action. Emphasis on click. If you're not doing it, it's very much not allowed. All the more so when you start doing this, doing it on multiple accounts. Do you know if I'm able to send personal work orders to my alts to make their blue profession gear? Yep, absolutely. Remember that realms still matter. If the characters are on different realms, you will need to put them in a guild, and then you'll need to do guild orders instead. But yeah, you can send your alts personal orders for gear crafting. In fact, it's very suggested to do so. Right, we're running out of space, so let's swap these over. Right, are these disenchanting now? Yes, they're disenchanting. Right, let's make sure we have as much of a setup as... That's not what I meant to press. As much of a setup as we can get on these. I might actually do a little bit manually on each account until I get... enough knowledge points so that it's quote-unquote optimal. So there was the gleaming one. We should be in the world of catch-up now. Are we in the world of catch-up? Shimmering dust, beautiful. 2, 3, 4. Right, we need 15 of these. Yeah, the end goal is for thaumaturgy. If we can get the concept, right, to explain it in a little bit more detail, is because these are my bonus accounts, right? What I want is these guys to be able to be doing something, preferably something that's monotonous and boring, whilst my main account, while I'm actually playing the game, you know, like whilst I'm doing delves or, you know, doing world quests or whatever the hell I'm doing, right, on the main account, visions or whatever, that these guys can be doing something monotonous in the background. And so it means I need to set up a few crafters to do a few of those monotonous tasks. So having an alchemist for thaumaturgy on each account, having a jewel crafter with prospecting on each account, having a scribe with like milling on each account, that sort of stuff can be, which they can then be put to work, is the goal. Whether it ends up being used much or too profitable is something I'll worry about at a later date. But for now, we're just doing it. So that's all I need from there, so that we can disenchant these reasonably well. We're still not doing perfectly because we're still missing some skill up here. I wonder if pushing this as far as it goes easily before doing all the disenchanting is smart, because this actually plays quite a part in the profitability of the disenchanting. It's going to give us significantly more. I mean, my Dark Moon decks, I don't know how much it cost me to put them together. How have I got more gold than I started with? Oh shit, I'll have vended some trash, won't I? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay, my maths is going to all be a little bit skew-whiff here, but somehow I've magically got 3,000 gold more than I started with, which doesn't make sense. But at least I'm at the point here where we're going to get crystals reasonably well. And obviously catch-up knowledge points for days, which all in turn turn into artisan security, which is the ultimate goal of this. So I think that's what we want to do. So let me pad this out. Designated disenchanter. Epics. Fill that one. Let's get some more knowledge points. And double check. There's our big weekly one. Shimmering dust. Beautiful. That's what we wanted to make sure we get. Got one more Mechanica until what's worth buying up to flip for gold on the Oceanic servers, one away from 25. Don't quote me on this because I can't state for sure, but I would actually say that the pets seem to still have a slightly better value per Mechanica, but of course, if you're in it for just getting one big payday, then just pick a mount. It doesn't really matter. But 5 pets, for example, might net you more gold, but it means you need to sell all 5 pets. The reality is pick any of them. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. I would state that buying something and selling something is the only right answer. Do you know if it's possible to use the crafter security if my character that needs the item doesn't have enough? I know what you mean. No. That was hotfixed before the game went live. If you're looking to make tools, I mean, the person ordering the tool must supply the artisan security. Things like recrafts, the crafter can use their own artisan security, but for ordering tools, that has to come from the person ordering it. Right, you're done there. So you now should get a reasonable rate on higher tier crystals. Let's repeat the same over here. Designated disenchanter. 5 points to unlock a spec tree. Fill the epic tree. And then we disenchant a bunch of stuff till we get some more knowledge points. Welcome in, Style. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. Bad Hill dropped after 8 minutes of farming. Easy 600k. Turn that into a 450k an hour clickbait video. Always thinking. Always thinking. Okay, we need 12 more. 1, 2, 3. Is there a way to automate disenchanting, or is it against TOS? It's against TOS. You must click the button. Ooh, no, stop running away. Okay. Even disenchanting, like these enchanters could be set up, even though Alchemy is their main game, they could be set up to do disenchanting as well, to be fair. That's not the button I meant to press. Designate disenchanting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Epic. Fill it out. Gleaming. Shimmering dust. Yes, good. That means we've set it up right. Unlock supplementary shattering. You can shatter. Yeah, that's probably on the cards as well. I'm harvesting artisan security, so I'll unlock all this and fill it all out and do whatever. I'm just thinking about whether I should push to 100 skill or as close to 100 skill before I do all the disenchanting as a way to get more higher tier crystals out of it. I'm at skill 50 right now, but I'm wondering if there's any value in pushing it higher, on the basis that I will probably want to get them to 100 anyway, because they will, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well also do concentration on these dudes, even though that's not really their end game. Which having 100 skill is then helpful. Oh, hang on, I've definitely got enough points there. 21, 22. I've got more than enough points, actually. My brain was ticking, and I was on autopilot. Here we go. Can I do /use dark moon / Can you do a cast sequence to use a dark moon card, disenchant a thing, and then use a dust? Can you build all of that into a single cast sequence macro? Might save me some time if I can. Let me try. New. Cast sequence. It wouldn't even need to be a cast sequence, would it? It would just need to be a cast disenchant. Then use use shimmering dust. Does this work? Disenchant. No. It's just doing all the disenchants. Maybe it is a cast sequence. No, it doesn't, because one of them's got a GCD, which will reset it, won't it? Okay, it's good. Okay. I'm not going to bother trying to fix that. Delete. It might save me a bit of time, but time spent figuring that shit out. Yeah, he'll only cast sequence if it's not on the GCD. Main problem with having an enchanter is getting valuable recipes. I have a fully maxed out character, but very few of the most profitable chants. Yeah, my only real experience this expansion of concentration enchanting was Authority of the Depths, where I spent some big money on the recipes. I think I bought 10, 12, maybe 15 recipes quite early on in the expansion for probably somewhere in the region of about 100k a piece. But that's when they were like 20 gold per concentration sort of value, maybe even higher. And so I actually made that back quite quickly. But yeah, now I think you will find that the repay time on the big expensive recipes is going to be pretty gross. That said, I've heard the ring enchants are much, much, much cheaper recipes and still are definitely worthwhile spending concentration on, so Oh, how's this guy done when these guys are still... Cast sequence reset 5, disenchant, use knowledge point, something like this. Yeah, I could probably figure it out, but the reality is it doesn't particularly make too much difference. It would have just been kind of funky to build it all into one, but I don't mind crafting a few, then disenchanting them, and then using the knowledge points after. The reality is it's going to take the same amount of time to do it. It doesn't save me anything. It just means I have to slightly get a little bit shroud, click buttons to learn the knowledge points. Get some mouse control skill on the go. RSI if nothing else. Don't you get artisan's acuity from herbalism and mining? You do, but it's nowhere near as fast as enchanting. It requires you to actually go do herbing and mining. The fact that you can take enchanting from 0 to hero now is basically makes doing herbing and mining for artisan's acuity completely pointless. Especially since it's not overly lucrative to be doing herbing and mining anyway. You might make 10k an hour. In fact, you won't make 10k an hour because you won't have a very good herbalist or miner. You'll be making pennies. Whereas you can be doing enchanting, disenchanting, boom, there you go. I don't really need these windows open, do I? Gives me more window space to click on. Have you crafted the engineering mount yet? No. The crowd pommeler is something that I do want to pay a little bit more attention to at some point, at least this expansion. It's not very high on my priority list, but it is something that wants to get looked at, mostly because I actually think there's more value in learning what scraps into what, at what rate, and what your prices you should pay for materials are. There's a lot of value in doing that now, because when we leave this expansion and we head on to new things in midnight, people will still buy the crowd pommeler. In that regard, like, it's an evergreen mount now, which means the system that is the system that revolves making the thing is evergreen. It's much like Vial of the Sands from way back in the day. People are still making Vial of the Sands to this day. People are still hunting down the recipe. People are still setting up transmute master alchemists to make the flasks more effectively. You know, people are still min-maxing Vial of the Sands crafting to this day. Crowd Pummeler is no different, other than it is significantly more convoluted of a process to get the parts at a good rate. And so figuring all of that shit out now, it will be valuable information for the future. Wild of the Sands, easy gold. It's easy gold if you got the recipe. That's the difference, right? Getting the recipe is a pain in the ass, but you've had a decade to do it by this point. Whereas the crowd pummeler, getting the recipe is easy business, but understanding what you should be scrapping at what price you should be paying for those items, whether it be like Thorum widgets or greased gears or whatever. I don't know the ins and outs of it. But what you should be doing is understanding the system now, documenting the system now, so that in the future, there's no experimentation about it. You know when you should buy materials. You know what your quote-unquote crafting cost is per mount. And you can continue to sell them way into the future. Plus, what's really important to get is the rates of the parts from breaking down certain items. Because when we go into midnight, there's a strong chance that all of the stats that we get on midnight tools will give us stupid amounts of multi-craft and resourcefulness on the War Within stuff. Much like if you take your War Within tools back into Dragonflight, you can do some silly things with like milling and whatever. So what's important now is to understand, if I take 10,000 greased gears, how many parts would I expect to get from 10,000 greased gears? And how much do my greased gears cost to make? And so that next expansion, you have a good amount of just general information about how the system works. So you can keep track of your costs. I don't think the system is complicated enough that you'll ever be able to just completely YOLO it, because there'll be people out there that are carefully controlling the market. I don't know how much pummeler permits are these days, but I suspect they're probably, what, we'd like 300-400k? I can't imagine they're that expensive at this point. There's a mafia around the Vile and the Panthers on the auction house. The best, you can be the best seller. You can't be the best seller for more than 30 seconds on some servers. I suspect some players bot the auction house. Probably. I tend to live by the theory, don't compete in a game you can't win at. So in that regard, don't try and fight again. Also, much like Shadowlands legendaries from way back in the day, an item that is listed, such as a panther mount, right? If you look at the auction house, if you look at these, right, if you go into one, Sodstone Panther, you don't need to be top of the list, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if somebody's cancel scanning to keep their item first. Very, very much like Google search results. It doesn't matter if you're here. If you are here, there's a stronger chance that somebody's going to click on the one on the top of the list. But if they're all the same price, somebody that wants to buy this will go boom, boom, right? There's no, it's not, there isn't that last in, first out system with stuff like this. So don't worry about it. Post at the same price, move on. Genuinely doesn't matter. So yeah, don't worry too much about fighting in markets that you don't need to. This is why the whole cancel scanning on Legos back in the day was quite funny to me. I mean, I know I did ungodly amounts of it myself. You still will probably find that 60-70% of people will probably buy the one on the top of the list. But it still doesn't actually matter. Oh, Matt thinks to disenchant on that one. Sorry, I should make this account do something a little bit more interesting, shouldn't I? Should at least log it in. Make it look like it's doing something. Nothing left to disenchant there. I don't know how I've managed to have so different numbers of stuff here. I don't know why I always click on the first ones, and so I think people will do the same. Yeah, I mean, some people do, some people don't. Like I said, it's like Google search results. If you're top of the Google search results, obviously you get the most clicks, but being in second place is still fine. It's not as black and white as the only things that sell are the ones that are at the top of the list. People kind of forget. And it's so funny when people start shouting about, oh, last in, first out, last in, first out. And then you point out that it actually doesn't exist on those items. That's only for commodities. That's only for materials. Why doesn't this account have the little... Where's that gone? Oh, now it's back again. Okay, how many decks have we got left? Actually, not that many. Also, why it was very effective to keep multiple in the bags and just post until they ran out and then cancel and repeat. Yeah, because you could have, if there was 5 back in the day, if you had 5 of any single legendary listed, but 4 of them were yours, you've got yourself an 80% chance that they're going to buy yours. Now, I know people used to come along with 15 legendaries and post them all, and then just leave them. And then you didn't have to worry about all the cancel scanning business. I should probably, I haven't done this, but I should probably math out just how much artisan security I might then go on to need for my alchemists. Because this isn't expensive to do. In fact, I've even heard of people being able to do this entire process profitably, which is pretty wild when you think about it. But that's because they've been able to sell the crystals, or they've got a good return on their they've had a successful batch of crystals. Whereas where have we got on this character? Quality 1s, quality 2s, quality 3s. Let's do a quick comparison. When you are reasonably set up, it's a 1 to 2 to 1 ratio, I'm led to believe. Or it doesn't seem to represent that on some of these characters. Maybe it's changed or it's not that way anymore. I don't know. Is there a low knowledge point build in Alchemy? No, not really. This is why Alchemy is... Once Alchemy is set up, you can use concentration and it's quite profitable to do so, but it has probably the longest of all professions for setup, because pretty much anything you spec into with Alchemy is going to require you to have 200 plus knowledge points. You can't get super effective at like flasks, potions. You all need, well, whichever one you go, you need the herb tree pretty much full. And you've got 50 in the main node and then 40 in each of the sub nodes. So that herb tree in Alchemy is just like heavy. And you need most of it filled out before you're optimal. I think the alchemical chaos flask needs 265 knowledge points, I think, to be fully built, which is wild compared to most other things. You can start to mass produce flasks at about 150 knowledge points, I think. Thaumaturgy also needs most of the tree filled. I don't know the exact number, but it's definitely a few weeks worth of effort to get it up and running, which is off-putting to enough that they just don't bother and they go with Enchanting instead, which can be set up in an hour and can then be profitable like almost instantly. I mean, I don't even think Alchemy for mass crafting is going to be profitable for most people. Alchemy is one of the most competitive markets in the game. Crafting top-end potions and flasks, mass producing them especially, is hyper-controlled. And I would guess by this point in the patch, especially, not necessarily the expansion, but at this point in the patch, I would imagine the only flasks that... There's probably a 1 hour, maybe a 2 hour window on reset day where mass producing flasks becomes profitable. But for 98% of the week, it's probably below... That flasks are probably listed below mass produced crafted cost. And it's basically just concentration sellers that are selling theirs. Would be my guess. Okay, we've run out on there. We've run out on there. We still have a few more to go on here. Okay, you've run out. That means you can't be far from running out. How have you still got 15 left? How have you got so many? I bought exactly the same amount of decks on all 4 cards. How have I managed to balls this up? Quick, spam the craft button. Now, I know people were able to set up concentration builds in about 45 minutes from like start to finish. I've been streaming now for 4 hours and I've been multi-boxing it and I still haven't got any of them finished. So somehow, even though I should have been more optimal, it didn't work out that way. Right, let's get all of these disenchanted though. The reality is it doesn't seem like something weird has gone on, because this dude has more gold than he started with. This dude is down to 82k. This dude is down to 78k, and this dude is down to 71k. So I don't know how this guy has got away making a profit. He must have had a shitload of valuable stuff. Like, in fact, no, that doesn't even make any sense. I don't know what's going on here. I gave them all 100k gold before I started, so I don't know how this dude is wildly profitable in these. I don't know. I'm not really bothered by the cost implications of this. I'm just trying to not overspend unnecessarily. The worst thing is I'm going to have to do this all again on another set of toons, because these are predominantly going to be alchemists. But I need to do the same process again for Jewelcrafters to get prospecting up and running. Because prospecting is another one of those things that you can just set it going and peace out. And it has its moments, has its time of profitability. I appreciate this is equally probably not the most riveting content though. But unfortunately, quite a lot of goal making is this kind of like slog through something sort of mode. Trying to optimize it a little bit by doing it 4 at once though. Makes it feel less of a slog. Even though somebody could have probably done this whole process in about an hour. But it means we can set up Alchemy and we can dive straight in with getting Alchemy tools. It means we can dive straight in with getting Alchemy knowledge point books. We can get as much of a head start as we possibly can so that we can get Thaumaturgy up and running as soon as possible. It's still going to take a couple of weeks, and I'm still going to have to be religious about logging these buggers in every day and doing patron orders, which is going to be the thing that will actually feel like more of a chore. I don't mind this section because this is just a process that you know is a means to an end, but the log in every day and try and do Alchemy patron orders on a Thaumaturgy build which has very little chance of having patron orders that are never mind profitable but just not even stupid expensive. This section would be the most annoying for me, not the orders. Well, I'll use CraftSim probably to do the orders, so then it's pretty brain dead simple to do. But then we'll turn CraftSim off after that. We won't need CraftSim for Thaumaturgy. Oh, you're finished. Are you finished? Yeah, you're finished too. It's just these two now. Oh, you're finished too. Yeah, you were slacking for some reason, weren't you? Don't know why. Yeah, there's still up to 350 or so catch-up points we could get with Enchanting if we wanted. Which each one of those is worth 5 artisans acuity to us. So quick maths, there is more than enough artisans acuity, I think. We got 100 and... give or take 200... Well, let's see. See how many we end up with. Right, there we go. Yeah, see this dude, for example, only got 26 epic crystals. So of those 200 disenchants, did we get similar numbers on each one? 111, 64, 26. 107, 70, 23. 106, 72, 22. So yeah, similar-ish, nearly identical ratio of output. I definitely don't think we made money on that, but I also don't think we lost a lot. We can sell all of those crystals. Easy business. Now we just got to use all this shimmering dust to get the artisan's acuity. This requires some precision clicks. I have a little add-on that I use that has this can actually be keybound as well. I just haven't bothered. I probably should. This little add-on puts any sort of openable just in this one square, making it easy. This is good for the artisan payout bag things from the patron orders. Don't have to go fishing through your inventory for them. Do I, though? Do I think that this was a reasonable enough way of doing this? Or should I have pushed enchanting to 100 first before doing all the disenchanting? Arguably, I would have got a better rate on the crystals if I had. But then you could also say that, well, I should have then got proper profession gear and all of this sort of business, which is not the purpose of these characters. If you want to do this into a TSM round, your normal formula 1000 minus 1 copper, or what to always post things at like 999. Wait, what? Oh, I see. You're talking like that's the same sort of logic as to why everything is like ends in 99. 9.99. Why is it 9.99 and not just 10? It's 9.99 because it's psychological. There's only 1 cent or 1 penny difference between 9.99 and 10. But 10 has cheaper connotations to people. Something that's 29.99 feels significantly cheaper. Oh, it's only 20 something. Feels significantly cheaper than if it was like 31. I mean, I know it physically is, but it's the impression it gives. And yeah, you can kind of do the same as charm pricing. Yeah. Avoid using large digits. 5125 looks low compared to 4995. Yeah. Yeah, our monkey brains are stupid when it comes to this sort of stuff. And it's not our fault. It's just evolution. The psychology of that, though, interests me a lot. A lot of you know I used to be... My day job was sales. And one of the reasons I enjoyed sales a lot was because... And one of the reasons I think I was quite good at sales was the fact that I understood the psychology of it and could use that to my advantage. And quite a lot of the psychology does veer into like sort of quite heavy stereotypes, but you can't deny the fact that it works. I used to love it when a couple, for example, one job I had was basically selling TVs, right? But like one job where you would often get couples coming in, and you could always tell. Now, please be aware, this is hyper stereotypical here. Like, the guy would nearly always be far more intrigued and interested by the specs and what, what it does. Whereas the female half of the partner, of the couple, was nearly always 100% concerned with how it looked. And so when you understood that fact, if a couple came in, you would sell to him on the features and her on the aesthetics, and you'd pick a product that sits nicely in the middle of both, one that looks good, but then also has some bonus features, and you'd win that game more often than not. Whereas a lot of people would fall into the trap of selling to him and would be amazed by the fact that they were so easily able to upsell him to bigger and better and shinier and fancier and more specs and more resolutions and more refresh rates and all of that sort of stuff. But then when it came to closing the deal, you'd have no chance because you'd upsold to a TV that didn't look good, didn't look right, didn't look nice. Doesn't matter if it was the best one, didn't matter if he wanted it. You'd shot yourself in the foot. Also, figuring out who wears the pants was which one of them had the credit card was quite important quite quickly. Samsung frame. Samsung TVs were so easy to sell to couples. This is why Samsung did really well for themselves. Now, I'm not a big fan of Samsung as a brand, but Samsung were the easiest products to sell in the world because they looked all right. They looked good enough. People could see their products in their living room. They were attractive enough that they appealed to her, but they were fancy enough that they attracted to him. And so it was an easy win. Easy win. All your other TV brands out there, your Sonys, your Philips, your LGs, your TLCs, whatever you got these days, usually did better being sold to one person or the other. Now, obviously, it was a different story if it wasn't a couple. If you were selling to just a single person, you play to their strengths. But I don't know how I got onto this topic, but didn't mean for this to turn into sales school. My whole house is Samsung or LG. I mean, they are, without doubt, the two dominant forces in technology these days. Samsung display and LG display make basically every single screen in every single product. It doesn't matter what the badge on the outer shell says. It's either a Samsung display or an LG display underneath. In most cases, they've got that market pretty much wrapped up between them. So your phones, for example, any of your computer monitors, that's why I'm the one in the family. I'm the one my family takes to shop for electronics. I can tell them straight up. I don't give a fuck how it looks for the most part. Performance is what matters. Yeah, like I said, I tried to emphasize before I got into this little tangent that it leans very heavily into stereotypes. But stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. That 9 times out of 10, that stereotype probably applies in some way, shape or form. And when you're playing a numbers game, why would you shoot for the non-winning strategy? Downside is their software, and they like putting ads in menus. I mean, everybody is doing that these days. You can't move without seeing ads these days. And I mean, I can't complain too much because it helps put food on my table. So I'm not going to pew ads that hard. All right, we've nearly burnt through all of this. We should have, if everything has gone to plan, after all of this, we should have an identical amount of artisan security on each tune. Oh, that one seems to have run out. How did this one have more stuff to disenchant and then burn through the flipping... Oh, I don't know what's going on. Right, you're done. You're done. Right, so do they have the same amount of artisan security? 1,040. 1,060. Okay, something's gone wrong. Okay. 1,055. Oh, Lord. 1,050. How have they all got different numbers? We gave them all 200 decks. How does that work? Maybe some of them had harvested some more first-time crafts or something. I don't know. Right, well, either way, that's 1,000 artisan security on each one, which means that is already enough to get profession tools on the alchemists. You need 900 for the profession tools. It does mean I probably need to do more of this, because I do think that if we want to get the alchemy up and running quick enough, we should also make sure we have enough artisan security to buy the knowledge point books, which is another 900. So we need 1,800 artisan security to put towards alchemy. Yeah, these are actually alchemy alts. These are actually going to be thaumaturgy characters, is the end goal of this. But we're using enchanting as a way of harvesting artisan security first. Then they can always do some concentration crafting if needs be, once they're set up. Okay, I know where we're going with this. I know where we're going. We have a plan. We have a path of action. Most tech pisses me off these days, with a million features used to upsell, 99 of which I'll never use, and just make the UI a nightmare. I prefer simple, solid, reliable. Yeah, it's weird, right? This has been... I talk about TVs. TVs were the things I sold for the longest. I worked for Sony for a while. I sold TVs for 7 or 8 years. So I talk about TVs a lot. But it's the funny thing is nearly everything in a TV, you should just switch it off. Like nearly every bonus feature, switch it all off. Switch all of it off. You'll get the best picture if you just turn off all the shit. Because there's often so many features and functionality in all these TVs that when they all pile on top, you just get a blurry mess half the time. You should quite often, or at least to begin with, you should turn everything off. Start with like the 0 settings on, and then tweak it to your liking from there on up. Kind of the reason why I disliked Samsung TVs for many, many years is that they were often like, the picture quality was often terrible, but most people didn't think it was terrible because it was bright. People were completely suckered by brightness. Wow, that TV's got such a bright picture. Yeah, but everybody's fucking orange. Like it was a real problem for a long time. They were totally sold by the fact that, wow, it's so bright, so it's like the moth to a flame thing. Oh, it's so beautiful. Zzz. But yeah. But boys and girls, I am going to leave it there for today. It is Friday. I'm going to go get myself some food. There's actually, believe it or not, the possibility that there might be a stream tomorrow. I have some stuff to do this weekend, but the wife has a family commitment she needs to go to tomorrow, which fortunately for me, I am not required to attend, meaning I have most of the day to myself tomorrow. So while I might get some of my manly chores out the way, there's also the possibility that we just keep the schedule rolling tomorrow. Failing that, though, I will see you lot on Monday. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend if I don't see you. Next week, we will get to... Next week's a quiet week, isn't it? Nothing particularly happens next week. Other than we might get a little bit more information about 1117 starting to show its face. But fundamentally, there's not a huge amount happening next week. It's quite quiet, which means we can put some time and effort into getting the factory set up a little bit more so. But yeah, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. If it's sunny, get out in the sun, touch grass. It's helpful from time to time. Otherwise, play lots of video games, have fun. Can we find... I feel as if I raid into Bear every day. The Bear's not even on. I'll tell you what, boys and girls, I often struggle to find people to raid into at this time of the day because nobody's on. I'll let you navigate wherever you wish to go. Have a great weekend. I'll see you all on maybe tomorrow, but more than likely Monday. In a bit. Peace.